Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will open the Senate with prayer.
Let us pray. O Lord, magnificent in mercy, plenteous in grace, and generous in love, we pause to confess our shortcomings. Forgive us for speaking when we should listen, and for listening when we should speak. Forgive us for waiting for opportunities instead of creating them. Forgive us when we fail to ask you for mercy and grace to help us in our times of need. Today, strengthen our senators for their journey. Lord, give them strong hearts and sound minds to do their ethical best in representing you. As they look to the future, give them the wisdom to join their plans to your will and to do your work on earth. We pray in your strong name. Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Okay.
Yes.
Today, I'm here in the Senate honoring our nation's law enforcement officers during our 64th annual National Police Week. National Police Week presents an opportunity to show appreciation toward the men and women in blue for their sacrifice and selfless service, and honor at the same time the fallen officers. Every day, men and women selfishly and courageously dedicate their lives to keeping America safe and sound. They uphold our public safety and devote themselves to the pursuit of justice. Their devotion merits our admiration, and we're deeply indebted to them. We especially honor the fallen heroes who made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. This year, we're honoring 234 law enforcement officers who were killed in the line of duty. The list of fallen includes two of my fellow Iowans, Trooper Jeffrey Brown and Senior Police Officer Tran Fukum. I want to make it crystal clear. I back the blue, not just during Police Week, but year around. I like to say to them when I see them, thank you for your service, and I'm not for defunding the police. To our law enforcement officers nationwide, thank you for your sacrifice, your service, and your dedication. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 66, S15.
We're in a quorum call. Yeah.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
And I ask consent, I move, Mr. President, to proceed to calendar number 66, S1582.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to counter number 66, S1582, a bill to provide for the regulation of payment stablecoins and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I understand that there is a bill at the desk that's due for a second reading.
The Leader is correct. The clerk will read the title of the bill for the second time.
H.R. 276, an act to rename the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America.
Mr. President, in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provision of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding.
Objections heard. The item will be placed on the calendar.
Mr. President, before I begin, I want to mention longtime Supreme Court Justice David Souter, who died on Thursday. My thoughts and prayers are with his family and loved ones. I also want to mention Cardinal Robert Prevost, who on Thursday became Pope Leo XIV. And I want to extend my congratulations on his election and my prayers for his service. I know that his election is particularly moving for American Catholics, who for the first time in history will be led by an American-born Pope. I'm very happy for them, and I look forward to seeing what this son of the Midwest brings to the Catholic Church and to the world. Mr. President, on Thursday afternoon, Democrats abruptly ended extensive bipartisan work on the Genius Act and filibustered the Senate's attempt to move this bill. Democrats, I should say, who had voted for the bill in committee, inexplicably chose to vote against it here on the Senate floor. Mr. President, that's pretty difficult to understand. Providing a regulatory framework for stablecoins is a bipartisan issue. The bill is the product of a bipartisan negotiation. And the vote in the Banking Committee was definitely bipartisan, which leads you to wonder, of course, if this was really about the bill at all, or if this was about wanting to deny President Trump, or Republicans more generally, a legislative victory, which might be nice for Democrats, but leaves stablecoin issuers and Americans who use stablecoins in the same difficult spot that they're currently in. But unfortunately, it's pretty clear that obstructing, not legislating, is the Democrats' priority right now. Mr. President, until Democrats come to their senses and allow us to proceed to the Genius Act, we're going to turn to nominations, another area where, unfortunately, Democrats have made obstruction the name of the game. I certainly understand that Democrats are not going to support all the president's nominees. That's their prerogative as senators. But the way that they are drawing out this process on even non-controversial nominations is serving no one. 57 out of the 58 of the president's civilian nominees have required cloture votes, an unprecedented number for recent administrations. And of those 57 nominees, 17 received 60 or more votes in support on their final confirmation vote. In other words, support from a number of Democrats as well as Republicans. And yet, Democrats dragged out those nominations in the same way they dragged out the nominations of individuals that they universally opposed. Not a single one of President Trump's civilian nominees has been confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote. Again, something entirely unprecedented in recent years. Nor the president, since at least 1977, has failed to have civilian nominees confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote at this point of his administration, except for President Trump in his first term in office. And as I said, this is serving no one, Mr. President. Nor is this going to prevent the president's nominees from getting confirmed. Democrats can drag out nominations all they want, but we're going to fill out the president's administration and ensure that his nominees get into place so that they can do the job and that he can do the job that he was elected to do. I'd like to do this easy way and confirm non-controversial nominees expeditiously, in batches. For example, and maybe even by unanimous consent. That would give us more time to legislate and give members more time to spend in their states. But if we have to do this the hard way, we will. We're going to get the President's team in place. So I guess, Mr. President, Democrats have some decisions to make. I really hope, that they'll come back to the table on the Genius Act. And I hope that they will cease their pointless obstruction of bipartisan nominees. But I guess we'll have to see. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
Mr. President,
Democratic Whip.
are we in a quorum call?
We are,
Asked unanimous consent that it be suspended.
without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, last week, hospital leaders from every corner of my state of Illinois came to Washington. What was the reason for the trip? The debate in Washington about the future of Medicaid. Each and every one of them, from the city of Chicago through the most rural areas of the state, was concerned about plans by the Republicans in Congress to change the funding for Medicaid. From the south side of Chicago to Macomb in west central Illinois, as well as Rockford, 20 miles from the Wisconsin border, Carbondale, all the way downstate, they came to see me. They're small, critical access hospitals in rural areas. There are safety net hospitals treating the poorest patients, and there are large teaching hospitals in downtown Chicago. They're all focused on Medicaid. All of them told me that Medicaid cuts Republicans have put on the table would be devastating to their hospitals in every corner of my state, devastating to the doctors and nurses that they employ, and especially hurtful to the patients and their families. One told me that it's the only hospital in a 60-mile radius delivering babies. If Republican plans to cut Medicaid go through, this life or death care could be out of the reach for pregnant mothers. Another safety net hospital told me they might have to close their doors altogether if the Medicaid cuts happen. Why? Why would Republicans in Congress even want to jeopardize health care and ring alarm bells in hospitals across America? They're trying to, quote, save $880 billion. Well, what is the critical need to save that? To perpetuate the tax breaks of the Trump administration for the wealthiest people in America. Yep, that's the game plan. That's right. President Trump and his billionaire buddy, Elon Musk, richest man in the world, have asked Republicans in Congress to provide a massive giveaway to the wealthiest Americans. And they want to use Medicaid cuts as the piggy bank. Let's be clear. This is not a health care reform plan to improve our health care system or lower costs for families and patients. Nope, Republicans are looking to dismantle the basic Medicaid program to help tax cuts for billionaires. Don't take my word for it. It's not just another political speech. Last week, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office issued a bombshell report. I'm sure the Republicans in charge of the House and Senate didn't anticipate this. The Congressional Budget Office reviewed the Republican plans to cut Medicaid and determined the only way Republicans can save money is by removing millions of Americans from this health insurance, slashing benefits, or cutting access to doctors, nurses, and dentists. For weeks, Republicans have been adamant that they're only focused on addressing waste, fraud, and abuse from Medicaid. Then comes the CBO report. I want to agree with the basic premise. If there's inappropriate spending, fix it. But that's not what's happening here, and I think the Republican majority knows it. The Congressional Budget Office called their bluff and confirmed these Medicaid cuts proposed by the Republicans are not about waste or efficiency. They're about restricting access of coverage to patients all across the United States, including my state of Illinois. Under Republicans' watch, CBO stated that 13.7 million Americans will have their health insurance coverage terminated. Almost 14 million Americans will lose health care coverage if the Republicans go forward with their plan. What is the acceptable number of constituents losing health coverage for Republicans? Nationwide, half of all rural hospitals are already in the red, and more than 300 rural hospitals are facing immediate closure, including 26 in Kansas, 22 in Alabama, 21 in Texas, 9 in Missouri. How many rural hospitals closing in their states are Republicans willing to accept to help perpetuate tax breaks for the wealthiest Americans. Let me tell you, as a person from downstate Illinois, rural hospitals are the backbone of the community. Not only are they critical places for emergency medical care, they are the anchors of the local economy. Speaking of the economy, one of the ways Republicans plan to cut Medicaid is by imposing burdensome red tape requirements. Put paperwork in the path of an individual looking for medical care. Pile it up, make it hard. Pitched by Republicans as just simply work requirements, this policy withholds health care for eligible patients until they meet overly complex paperwork requirements. It's a failing strategy. In the states that have tried these so-called work requirements, there's been no increase in employment. The only impact has been patients who were ruled ineligible, kicked off Medicaid because they were drowning in paperwork. What a way to run a country. Here's an example. A waitress with diabetes misses the paperwork deadline because the forms were sent to her old address. She loses her Medicaid coverage and can't access her medications and is forced to miss work to deal with it. One analysis determined that approximately 3 million manufacturing, agricultural, and service sector workers could become uninsured under the simply make sure they're going to work plan. Who thinks that's a good idea? Yesterday, House Republicans spent Mother's Day scheming on how to advance these Medicaid cuts, finally releasing a copy of their legislation so we can see the detail. It's as catastrophic as we feared. It is the largest cut in Medicaid in the nation's health history, ripping health insurance away from millions of Americans in every single state. But it's not too late for a few Republicans, and it only takes a few, 4 in the House, 4 in the Senate, to step up and say they don't want to be part of this. If they will stand up and say no, we will not risk the health care for millions of Americans as bargaining chips for billionaire tax breaks. Medicaid provides health insurance for 1 out of every 4 people in my state of Illinois, 3.4 million people, including 1.5 million children. Medicaid pays to deliver half of all the babies in my state, half of them. 2/3 of the seniors in nursing homes depend on Medicaid. If Medicaid is not helping to pay for that nursing home or care for seniors, what's going to happen to grandma, grandfathers, those that are affected by it? It's the largest funder of opioid addiction treatment. Remember the image of Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, laughing gleefully as he danced around a stage with a chainsaw in his hand? The richest man in the world was laughing out loud about his chainsaw cuts to Medicaid. Well, these cuts are no laughing matter for that rural hospital worrying about having to close its mental health services. They're no laughing matter for the pregnant woman forced to drive more than an hour to deliver her baby because the local hospital shuttered its obstetrics unit. Wipe that smile off your face, Mr. Musk. We're talking about life and death health care for America's working families. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Here we go.
Thank you. Madam President.
The senator from Texas.
Madam President, I have one request for committees. Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Madam President, I have one request for committee to meet during today's session of the Senate, and this request has been approved by both the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Madam President, America is an exceptional nation. Freedom of religion, freedom of speech and of the press, private property rights, free and fair elections, the rule of law, and an independent judiciary. All of these help make us exceptional. But we Americans often take this for granted because these principles, these values are so ingrained in our way of life. It's who we are. But it also makes it more challenging for us to understand how different other countries may be from us. It shouldn't be a surprise, though, if you think about it. History, culture, economics, all matter. But sadly, this is a lesson that seems like we and others need to learn over and over again. When it comes to Russia, it's worth recalling Churchill's description of the former Soviet Union. He called it a riddle wrapped in a mystery, inside an enigma. Well, when it comes to negotiating a peace in Ukraine, we might be tempted to assume that Vladimir Putin is working from the same playbook as other stakeholders, but that is simply not the case. The fundamental differences between Russia and the West have become all that much more apparent in the negotiations to end the war in Ukraine. This is precisely what's made it such a difficult challenge to end the war. And that's what makes President Trump's efforts all that much more noble when we consider the monumental task that he's seeking to accomplish. As I've said before, I'll say it again, I'm grateful to President Trump for his leadership and his efforts to end the conflict that has lasted far too long, more than 3 years now. During his first 100 days, President Trump has done more than President Biden did in 4 years. He's made clear to the Europeans that they need to step up and assume greater ownership of their continental security. And he successfully persuaded them to increase their defense spending and enhancing deterrence against future aggression. His representatives, the president's representatives, have led several rounds of negotiations between the Ukrainians and the Russians, something that President Biden did not even attempt. And President Trump has secured a key critical minerals deal with Ukraine, which will help fund the reconstruction of that country. It will help compensate America for its investments in Ukraine's defense and dissuade future Russian aggression. But there is one significant obstacle in achieving a lasting end to this conflict, and that, of course, is Vladimir Putin. Succinctly stated, Vladimir Putin's Russia is a police state. In Russia, people who buck the government mysteriously disappear or fall out of windows to their death, or are poisoned, imprisoned, or die of suspect causes like Alexei Navalny. In Russia, the government targets religious minorities, imposing fines and criminal charges. In Russia, the government controls the media. Independent media outlets are censored, suppressed, or shuttered if they do not conform to the party line. Under Vladimir Putin, government redistributes private property based on political loyalties, giving rise to the oligarchs that we've heard so much about. Then there are the alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity committed by Russia during its invasion of Ukraine. Take, for example, the bombing of Ukraine's civilian energy infrastructure during the first winter of Russia's full-scale invasion, or consider the mass abduction of Ukrainian children. Thousands of Ukrainian children have been deported to Russia since the start of the full-scale invasion, with many adopted into Russian families or sent to camps where they're subjected to ideological indoctrination designed to erase their Ukrainian identity. The bombing of Ukraine's power grid, which was part of a state policy of widespread attacks on the civilian population, further illustrates the point. One particular event in Bucha stands out. Russian troops intentionally massacred more than 400 civilians, apparently as part of a systematic clearing operation to secure their path to the capital at Kyiv. Russian paratroopers from the 234th Air Assault Regiment interrogated and executed unarmed men of fighting age and killed people who unwittingly crossed their paths, whether it was children fleeing from their families, with their families, or locals hoping to find groceries, or people simply trying to get back home on their bicycle. The victims of this massacre were of all ages and professions. This massacre would be deemed a war crime under international humanitarian law, and because of their systematic and widespread nature, the killings in Bucha could also amount to crimes against humanity. So the Russian Federation under Vladimir Putin is nothing like the United States or Europe, for that matter. Russia, of course, has its own history, culture, and a form of government. And as I said earlier, it can be easy for the West to assume, as we've done before, that our values are shared by other countries. But that is most decidedly not the case with Putin's Russia. Putin has made his unwillingness to end this unprovoked and barbaric war as plain as day. He's shown no remorse that his country is nearing 1 million casualties. He clearly doesn't care about the Russian people who've been sacrificed to his fantasy of an empire restored, and his tolerance for casualties appears without limit. In fact, Putin has done nothing to justify the hope that he might be persuaded to end this war. To the contrary, despite Putin's declared ceasefire over the Easter holiday, Russia then proceeded to launch attacks into Ukraine that killed innocent civilians. More recently, Russia launched 2 ballistic missiles and 165 drones, wounding 11 people, including 2 children. One 54-year-old Kyiv resident whose car caught fire during the attack expressed frustration at the lack of progress for peace, saying they can't agree on anything, and we are the ones who suffer the consequences. An 18-year-old student said, "People are just suffering all the time. It's still very hard to see our country constantly being destroyed." President Trump has noted in a statement on Truth Social, quote, "There was no reason for Putin to be shooting missiles into civilian areas in cities and towns over the last few days." The president went on to suggest that Putin may not actually be trying to stop the war. I agree with President Trump. There's no indication he's trying to stop the war. But Vladimir Putin is making a grave mistake in stringing the President of the United States and the rest of the world along while innocent lives are being taken. In order to achieve peace, President Trump needs a good faith partner, both in Ukrainian President Zelensky and Russian President Putin. Notably, while Zelensky has met with the president several times, most recently at the Vatican, Putin has not. Instead of working for peace, Putin recently threatened to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine in order to bring the war, in his own words, quote, "to a logical conclusion with the outcome that Russia requires, close quote. Well, how does this relate to President Trump's peace efforts? Well, we should listen to Putin's own words. In a speech he delivered to the Russian Foreign Ministry last year, Putin argues that peace with Ukraine would require a removal of Ukrainian troops from the southern and eastern part of that country, the demilitarization and denuclearization of Ukraine, a neutral and non-NATO Ukraine, and the removal of all Western sanctions. The hard reality is that Putin sees this conflict not just as a war between Russia and Ukraine, but a war between Russia and the West. In this same speech, he says the West is primarily at fault for the conflict in the world today, and that it was the West that incited a Ukrainian coup in 2014 and further unrest in eastern Ukraine in 2022, which necessitated Russian military action to liberate the people of Crimea and eastern Ukraine. Putin says the war would have ended long ago, in March 22, had it not been for the West supplying Ukraine with weapons and political support and extending the conflict. Likewise, Putin sees Ukraine's prospective association with NATO or a European peacekeeping force as an inherent extension of Western imperialism, which he cannot tolerate. He even goes so far as to say Russia could not accept a ceasefire, since it would give time for Ukraine to rearm. Finally, Putin shares a vision for a multipolar world to counter what he perceives as Western imperialism and Russia's efforts to use security and economic agreements towards these ends. In sum, Madam President, Putin does not see this negotiation as a means to bring about the end to the conflict in Ukraine. He sees it as a key piece to a larger war against the West. In essence, this negotiation is much bigger than Russia and Ukraine. We need to listen to what Putin says, but also watch what he does as he attempts to stall peace negotiations while attempting to achieve his larger aims. Putin's invasion of Ukraine just over 3 years ago was an obvious violation of another international agreement that Russia was a party to, the 1994 Budapest Memorandum. Under this agreement, Ukraine willingly gave up its arsenal of nuclear weapons, the third largest in the world, in exchange for security assurances by Russia and other signatories. Russia went on then to violate the Budapest Memorandum in 2014 when it invaded Crimea and annexed the Crimean Peninsula. Then, as we all know, Russia violated the memorandum a second time in February 22 with its invasion of Ukraine proper. If Russia was unwilling to honor the commitments enshrined in the Budapest Memorandum in 2014 and 2022, how then can Ukraine, or the rest of the world for that matter, be assured that they will honor a peace agreement brokered in 2025? And once again, Putin is threatening nuclear war if he does not receive the guarantees of a further demilitarized Ukraine. But if he thinks these threats are an effective method of intimidating the United States and President Trump, he is mistaken. President Trump has made very clear that he will not allow Russia to continue doing what he calls tapping us along. Putin may well have been able to dupe Obama. He may have been able to intimidate Biden, but any attempt to fool or strong-arm President Trump will not succeed. If Putin thinks he's going to pull the wool over his eyes or box him into a corner, Putin is in for a very rude shock. Madam President, I yield the floor.
The Democratic Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. So first, Madam President, today we've heard some very good news. Edon Alexander, an American-Israeli and New Jersey native, has finally been freed from Hamas's brutal captivity and reunited with his family. I first met Edon's parents, Adi and Yael, right after October 7th, a few days later, when Edon was taken hostage by Hamas. For the last 583 days, Adi and Yael have fought tirelessly for Edon's release. Today, that work pays off as they finally get to hug their son again. Edon's release gives me more hope and motivation to keep pushing for the release of all 58 hostages still in Hamas's captivity, including the remains of 4 New Yorkers brutally murdered by Hamas: Omar Nutra, Itai Chen, Gad Haggai, and Judy Weinstein. They were brutally killed, but their remains should be sent back. But of course, Hamas, as brutal as they are, doesn't do that yet. As the President departs to the Middle East, I call on him and his administration to use the full weight of U.S. diplomatic power to get a deal to bring all the hostages home. I'll continue working as long as it takes to finally bring every last hostage, including the remains of hostages no longer with us, home at last. Now on Qatar. Yesterday, reports came out that the royal family of Qatar is set to gift Donald Trump a luxury 747 to use as his own Air Force, Air Force One. Without a shred of shame, Donald Trump will lecture families about putting up with higher prices that he himself triggered, and then accept a $400 million private jet from the Qatari royal family. His shameless self-enrichment is without equal in American history. You cannot think of another president who has been so brazen, so selfish, and so destructive of the norms of what America is about. In truth, though, the news of the Qatari Air Force is just one tip of the iceberg. For months, Qatar and other Gulf state nationals have spent billions on deals with the Trump organizations to buy the president. Donald Trump is using his office to enrich himself and his family. This isn't a question. This is a fact with incredible supporting data to prove it. He is putting America's national security at risk to enrich himself. Just as concerning as the very gift of the national security implications that surround it, the deeply chilling part of this drive and national security betrayal from the president is just how blatant and erroneous what he's doing. Almost daring Republicans to stand up to him, defend our country. Daring Republicans. So where are our Republican friends with this kind of egregious, grubby, awful self-enrichment? Silence, total obedience. On tariffs. Early this morning, it was reported that Donald Trump caved to Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party with virtually nothing to show for American workers. Donald Trump has changed his mind once again on his tariffs with a new deal with China to pause most tariffs for 90 days. Sadly, it looks like China has once again gotten the better of Donald Trump. They've hardly had to give up a thing. It's another example of Donald Trump's chaos. Trump has one policy for his tariffs on one day, a different policy the next day. One day he's pretending to be a tough guy with China. The next day he's caving to China and getting little, if anything, in return. Who knows what Trump's tariff policy will be in the next 90 days? If I were a business person, I wouldn't count on what he's doing or what he says today that probably won't be in effect in the next week or the next 3 weeks. And even under this deal, tariffs are still significantly higher than they were before Trump's Liberation Day. Businesses will continue to struggle. Supply chains will continue to experience chaos, strain, and unpredictability. And again, this is only a 90-day pause. It's impossible, as I said before, it's impossible to predict what will happen next, even within the 90-day period, because Donald Trump changes his mind so quickly. Whatever seems in front of him at the moment, he goes for. First, he's mad at China, puts in the tariffs. Then he gets lots of blowback, backs off. Where will he be tomorrow? Who the heck knows? But businesses can't count on any reliability, only on chaos. Donald Trump's trade war is a lose-lose-lose for American families and businesses, leaving them with increased costs and more chaos. On drug pricing. A few hours ago, Donald Trump signed a new executive order he claims will, quote, almost immediately bring down the costs of prescription drugs. Americans should hold their applause because Donald Trump's announcement is little more than a photo op masquerading as reform. Just as he said he'd bring down costs on day one and it didn't happen, same thing here, almost immediately. Give me a break. In case Donald Trump has forgotten, this announcement is like what he already tried to do in 2020 with little success. So Americans are right to be skeptical until they actually see their prescription drug costs go down more. Donald Trump can say he's doing an executive order, but we all know the odds are overwhelming that that executive order will fail. The real way to make drug prices reform happen is to do what Democrats do and what Donald Trump is loath to do. Roll up your sleeves and do the hard work of passing legislation. That's what we did. That's why insulin's $35 for senior citizens. That's why 20 of the most widely used drugs prices have plummeted because we've negotiated with Medicare. That's why no family pays more than $2,000 total for all their prescription drugs. We worked hard, we legislated, we got prices down. Donald Trump does a photo op, says it's going to come down immediately, but obviously this is a half-baked political stunt that is unlikely to bring any meaningful change. Today's announcement is so typical of Donald Trump's presidency. He promises a golden age, but in reality, Americans get fool's gold. On the recon bill text. Yesterday, Republicans released the text of their plan to eviscerate Medicaid while cutting taxes for the ultra-rich. The bill is as toxic as we all feared. With a straight face, Republicans are telling the American people they want to cut taxes for the ultra-rich by trillions of dollars and pay for it with the biggest cuts to Medicaid ever, the biggest cuts to Medicaid ever. If this bill becomes law, nearly 14 million Americans will lose their health insurance. Again, the biggest cut to Medicaid in American history. 14 million people losing their health insurance. Hospital after hospital will have to lay off tens of thousands of workers. Many of them may be forced to close, particularly in rural areas. Republicans promised for months they would protect Medicaid, but now Americans know the truth. Republicans never intended to keep that promise, and this confirms it. Almost 14 million Americans lose insurance. Millions more see their premiums go up. Hospitals from one end of America to the other will close. Thousands will lose their jobs. Millions will lose their access to health care. Kids will suffer. Seniors suffer. Health care workers lose their jobs. Americans with disabilities get hurt. Rural Americans are left to fend for themselves. Hospitals and nursing homes will shutter. States will scramble with their budgets. American families are left out to dry. And why? Tax cuts for the billionaires. That's what happens when Project 2025 takes over the Republican mainstream. But the cruelness doesn't stop there. Later today, we also expect Republicans to unveil their plan to cut SNAP, which feeds about 40 million Americans in need. If the Republicans are to be believed, Republicans plan to cut federal food assistance by hundreds of billions. That's, if the reports are to be believed, that's what the Republicans plan to do. Kids will go hungry. Parents will suffer. I just got back from Buffalo and Albany in upstate New York, meeting with food banks and religious leaders, church leaders who are on the front lines of the fight against hunger. The priests and nuns I met spoke of the obligation that Scripture imparts on us to feed the hungry, to give drink to the thirsty. But right now, Republicans want to rob the least of our neighbors to make it better for those at the top. SNAP should not be a partisan issue. It should not be a political issue. It's a moral question. Are we going to let kids, veterans, senior citizens, and others go hungry? This is about taking care of the most vulnerable in society. especially the children, making sure every child in America is afforded basic dignity. If a kid goes to bed hungry, they can't learn the next morning in school. They can't get along with their friends. They're off to an awful start. So SNAP has been one of the great things that America has done until now in a bipartisan way, but not with these MAGA people running the show and not with the Republicans here in the Senate and in the House being supine to what they know is wrong and vicious and mean and counterproductive. I urge House Republicans to oppose these devastating cuts to SNAP, particularly those New York Republicans whose constituents I've met over the past couple of weeks. I was in or near the districts of two of them today, and the outrage against what they might do was palpable. Given the narrow margins in the House, these swing districts in New York have the power to stop these cuts to SNAP. These Republicans can do it. They can make sure no kid goes to bed hungry. I urge them to stand up and hold the line. When you put it all together, there's no other way to put it. This bill is a grotesque betrayal of working and middle-class families. And a few moments ago, Republicans released their next phase of their plan, hiking taxes on electricity and raising energy costs for seniors and families. Republicans are so captured by the hard-right ideology that they're willing to cede America's energy future to China and tank domestic industries that we'll need to keep energy costs low in the future. Not a single Senate Democrat will support this destructive piece of legislation. Instead of calling this one big beautiful bill, Republicans should tell the truth. This bill is a big fat grift, and it's the American people who are getting ripped off. Finally, I want to say a little about last week. There are those on the other side of the aisle now shedding crocodile tears that last week the minority asserted its right not to proceed to a bill that has zero legislative text. Imagine, they said, the nerve of the Democrats not voting for a bill when there's no text. How crazy can they be? We asserted our rights very simply to continue the legislative process, to allow time to reach agreement. The majority, in an act of political stubbornness, but also stupidity, asked people to vote on a bill they had never seen. They tried to force a vote before senators even had text to know what they were voting on. And then they get upset that we all voted no? They shouldn't be surprised. Least of all, my good friend, the Republican leader, who said in his first speech as majority leader, said, "One of my priorities as leader will be to ensure that the Senate stays the Senate." Well, in the Senate, we've always had to text a bill before we vote on it. I'd say that to my friend, the majority leader. Democrats were perfectly appropriate, fair, and correct in asserting our rights. If this Senate is to work, the majority must allow it to work. Yield the floor.
President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Madam President, I cannot believe I have to say this, but a president should not take a $400 million gift from a foreign country. It doesn't matter which president, what party, it doesn't matter which foreign country, it doesn't matter if there is or is not a legal justification. No president should take a $400 million gift from a foreign country. I shouldn't have to explain why, but it is a high principle, literally enshrined in the Constitution, because people who we have representing us should know, not think, but know, that their representatives are focused on them and this country only, that our loyalties are not divided, that our minds are not wandering elsewhere. The emoluments clause in the Constitution. It's a fancy phrase, but a simple idea. no foreign gifts. If foreign government offers you anything, but especially something close to $500 million worth, the answer is no thank you. End of story. Very simple. End of story. I cannot take that. First of all, I cannot take that because I can't have divided loyalties. I'm going into the region. I can't take a $400 million gift before I begin negotiations with you. But it's also explicitly prohibited by the United States Constitution. And the gift in question is that the country of Qatar is going to literally provide a luxury aircraft, not just any luxury aircraft to the President of the United States, but Air Force One. And why does this matter? Air Force One is not just a random luxury airplane. It is a symbol of and a projection of American power. It has flown 15 different presidents. It carried President John F. Kennedy's body after his assassination and saw President Johnson be sworn in under unprecedented circumstances. It rushed George W. Bush back to Washington after the Twin Towers were struck. And just 2 years ago, it flew President Joe Biden to Europe for a secret trip to Ukraine during the war. When people see Air Force One on TV, when they see it land in other countries, whether in London or Tokyo or Brazil, they immediately know that America has arrived. It represents not just the weight of the presidency, but America itself, generations of history and international leadership. But in one fell swoop, Trump is selling out one of the most iconic symbols of American power that we have. And what people will now see is the most powerful man on earth flying around in a plane paid for by a foreign government. It's disgusting. It's wildly corrupt. And just because they are doing the corruption in plain sight does not make it any less damning or sad or gross. This week, several of my colleagues and I will be asking the Senate to vote to condemn this action. There should be 100 of us that agree on this fundamental principle. No president should take free stuff from a foreign government, and certainly nothing worth $400 million. I yield the floor.
Madam President?
The Majority Leader.
Madam President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 72.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Defense, Emil Michael of Florida to be Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering.
Madam President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Emil Michael of Florida to be Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Madam President, I ask consent to reading the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Madam President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 82.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. Report the nomination.
Nomination, Executive Office of the President, Eric Matthew Euland of Virginia to be Deputy Director for Management.
Madam President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Eric Matthew Euland of Virginia to be Deputy Director for Management, Office of Management and Budget, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Madam President, I ask consent to read the names be waived.
Without
I
objection.
move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Madam President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 88.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Environmental Protection Agency, Sean Donahue of Florida to be an Assistant Administrator.
Madam President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Sean Donahue of Florida to be an Assistant Administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Madam President, I ask consent to reading the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Crowley nomination.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President.
start with one. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Monica Crowley of New York to be Chief of Protocol and have the rank of ambassador during her tenure of service. Signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Monica Crowley of New York to be Chief of Protocol and to have the rank of ambassador during her tenure of service shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bozeman, Britt, Kramer, Crapo, Haggerty, Kennedy, Marshall, McCormick, Rounds, Sheehy, Tillis. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hickenlooper, Kim, Lujan, Murphy, Peters, Reed, Shaheen, Slotkin, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Hassan, Ms. Hassan, Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. King, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Oh, Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Yeah, that would. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Wyden, no.
Hugging on the dais. We're changing all the rules. Hugging on the dais.
Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Hawley, aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Warnock, no.
Are we done? On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Department of State, Monica Crowley of New York to be Chief of Protocol with the rank of Ambassador.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today, Donald Trump's Department of Education, rather, Department of Energy, announced the largest deregulatory effort in the Department of Energy's history. 47 regulations at the Department of Energy slashed in one fell swoop in the name of freedom. On the same day as the House Ways and Means Committee proposed to slash clean energy tax credits, and just a few days after the House Energy and Commerce Committee proposed to destroy critical programs that reduce hazardous air pollution in exchange for fast-tracking dirty fossil fuels. This isn't one big, beautiful bill, as Donald Trump calls it. It's a big billionaire bailout. That's what this whole thing is about. And the only freedom this announcement guarantees is the freedom to pollute, overcharge, and mislead the American people. So let's be clear. These attacks are not common sense. These attacks on the energy policy, the environmental policy of the United States is not common sense, it's nonsense, which they are trying to sell. They're not about choice, they're about giving fossil fuel corporations and manufacturers a license to pollute on the one hand and to be profiteers on the other. This is not deregulation, it's desecration of decades of bipartisan progress on public health and on the truth. Republicans are willing to throw $420 billion in clean energy investments and 400,000 jobs in red and blue states right down the drain. This would be a disaster for our economy and good-paying jobs. What does that look like in action? Well, let's just go through it. Let's go through what they're doing. And by the way, Chris Wright is the Secretary of Energy. And Chris Wright says, well, I'm a reasonable man. And he seems like a very likable person. But in fact, Chris Wright is a radical. He is an absolute, outright radical, trying to destroy the clean energy future of the United States. So while he says he believes in all of the above, we know he's an oil man. He's a gas man. He really believes in oil above all, not all of the above. That's for sure. And Chris Wright, with his radical, anti-capitalist attack upon the clean energy future of the United States, is absolutely destroying our ability to be able to compete with China in the clean energy sector for the rest of eternity. He's just deciding to completely and totally eviscerate our future. And he does so at the behest of Donald Trump, who is tied to, of course, the oil and gas and coal industry and their profit-making opportunities. Now, again, Chris Wright, that's where he made his money, oil and gas. So it's kind of natural for him to be a radical. A radical oil and gas guy wants to destroy wind, destroy solar, destroy new battery storage technologies. These are the technologies that compete against oil, gas, and coal, and their profits. And by the way, they would substitute technologies which would not pollute, not cause asthmas, not warm the planet dangerously, that would cause the storms and the fires and the floods, which we have been seeing. And it would accomplish all that. But a radical like Chris Wright as Secretary of Energy, he'd rather destroy all of it in order to increase the profits of the oil and gas industry. That's what he's doing, creating this absolutely destructive policy that is going to ultimately have the next generation of young people today pay a huge price in the future. So let's just take a few of these tax credits, which they're destroying, which would create good-paying jobs, which would help to spur our economy. Let's just take a look at a few of them to just see what he is orchestrating in the House Ways and Means and House Energy and Commerce Committee. It would remove the tax credits that a local restaurant can use to lower its electricity bill by putting solar panels on the roof of the restaurant. Gone. Incentives that a local corner store could have used to buy electric delivery trucks and install charging stations. Gone. EV battery and offshore wind manufacturing factories that source steel from red states. Gone. And why is he doing it again? He's doing it to help the oil and gas industry from which he came. He's a radical. He sees the world in a rearview mirror. Let's just stay in the oil and gas era. Let's stay in the coal era. Let's not move to a new innovation economy. Let's not move to a clean energy economy. Let's just stay back in the past. We'll let China have the future. We'll let Germany have the future. We'll let India have the future. But we own the past, says Chris Wright. We own the energy past, and we're going to protect it against any innovation in America that would in any way inhibit the ability of the past to continue to reap profits from America. And by the way, one of the things which he killed is my offshore wind manufacturing bill, which was going to give incentives to companies in the United States to manufacture the offshore wind technologies to be deployed. Killed that. That was going to keep the jobs here. That was going to incentivize American companies to innovate in the manufacture of offshore wind technologies. Wants to kill that because he wants to kill the offshore wind industry. Why does he want to kill the offshore wind industry? What's Chris Wright's thinking? Here's what he's thinking. Here's what Donald Trump is thinking. The more that you deploy offshore wind is the less natural gas you need to generate electricity. And since that's where he comes from, that's the past, so he has to protect the past. He's a radical, Chris Wright. Just an absolutely rabid radical looking in a rearview mirror at the past. And anything that would interfere with that, including massive deployment of offshore wind, must be killed. So that's what he's recommended here in the House Ways and Means and the House Energy and Commerce Committee bill. But that's not all. That's not all that Chris Wright is engaging in, the Republicans engaging in, Donald Trump is engaging in. They're also cutting billions in historic investments from the Inflation Reduction Act, in environmental justice, in air pollution reduction programs. Even at schools, even where kids are exposed to the pollution, they're removing any of the protections against kids breathing in this dangerous asthma-inducing air that's been polluted by oil and gas and coal. And that includes $20 billion in the Climate Bank, the Green Bank, which Chris Van Hollen and I secured in the Inflation Reduction Act. Also, it's called the Inflation Reduction Act because Joe Manchin, who voted for it, did not want it to be called the biggest climate bill, the biggest clean energy bill in the history of the world. Okay? But that's what it is. It's the biggest clean energy bill in history. And what McKinsey has analyzed is that the $20 billion Green Bank will unleash $250 billion worth of private sector investment in clean energy technologies. Well, if you're Chris Wright, you have to kill that. You can't allow for a massive revolution in clean energy to come out of the Green Energy Bank. So Chris Wright, Mr. Radical, reactionary, look at the world in a rearview mirror, Secretary of Energy, he's killed that too, at Donald Trump's behest, by the way. Donald Trump's behest. Again, he looks like a very nice man. But that's not what the job of the Secretary of Energy requires. It requires vision. It requires looking ahead, leading the way, having America be competitive with the Chinese in new technology. We're in a big battle with China over trade. Well, we won't have anything to send to them in clean energy. It's going to be a one-way street. One-way street coming from them to us after they finish off our clean energy industry, which is what they're trying to do. In the same way, they have massive cuts to the National Institutes of Health. Research in Alzheimer's and cancer and diabetes and other diseases is going to finish off our ability to be competitive in biotech. This is the next step. Let's finish off the clean energy industry as well. Unfortunately, the investments in the clean energy technologies would have created jobs by the millions. It would have strengthened our energy independence because all of that energy, by definition, is produced here in the United States of America. It's our sun. It's our wind. It would be our batteries that we could store that electricity with. We don't need the Chinese. We don't need anybody else. We could just do it right here. What could be more conducive to being able to have a headline of energy independence than capturing all of these God-given gifts which we have in our country? Destroyed across the board, and they're going to be killing the funding that would save consumers money at the pump by increasing the fuel economy standards of the vehicles which we drive in our country. The one thing the oil industry hates, I just talked about the natural gas industry, they hate wind and solar and batteries, generating new electricity. What does the oil industry hate? Well, the oil industry hates vehicles that are twice as energy efficient as old vehicles. Instead of 27 miles a gallon, they get 54 miles a gallon. Instead of 54 miles a gallon, they get 108 miles a gallon. Or if it's plug-in all-electric or plug-in hybrid, it's pretty much an infinity sign that's next to how efficient that vehicle is and how little oil they need. And that's a Death Star for the oil industry. So they've got to kill the fuel economy standards that make all of the vehicles which we drive more efficient because it's just going to protect the past, which is what Donald Trump's all about. There's some kind of nostalgia he has for 1958. Okay? He wants to go back in time. But America can't afford to be looking in the rearview mirror because our European, our Asian, our South American competitors, they're coming for us. We're only 5% of the world's population. And up until the Trump administration, what has given us our edge is innovation. It's investment in research. It's looking ahead, and it's trying to lead the way, and that's where young people in our country want to go. But instead of the dawn of a clean energy future, Republicans are sunsetting incentives that would spur clean domestic manufacturing for industries inside of the United States. And by the way, let me say it again, just the very brief period of time, about 3 years since the passage of the biggest climate bill in history, we've created 400,000 new jobs in the clean energy sector in the United States and already unleashed $400 billion worth of energy investment. So they are committed, the Republicans, and they're proud of it, led by Chris Wright, an oil and gas man, to be the world's laggard, not leader, to just fall behind everybody in the clean energy sector. That's what their plan is, to destroy everything that has been unleashed in our nation. And we not only won't be the leader in the global economy or the clean energy economy, we're just going to cede the jobs. We're going to cede the progress to our economic rivals led by the Chinese. And who is making this worse? Again, it's Energy Secretary Chris Wright, the fracker-in-chief. He's a fracker. He really believes in fracking for oil, fracking for gas. A man who just last week told the Congress that his agency had paid all its bills, canceled no clean energy grants, laid off barely a handful of staff, and wasn't freezing funding. Every one of those statements is false. Now he's doubling down with a thoughtless regulatory bonfire. And this deregulatory blitz eliminate standards for everyday appliances in our homes, microwaves, refrigerators, dishwashers, washing machines. All the regulations say is make all those devices more energy efficient so you don't have to burn coal in order to have the washing machine work, in order to have the refrigerator work. We're not asking for anyone to put a mission to Mars in place. We're not asking for anyone to be a rocket scientist. We're asking for people to make dishwashers more efficient, washing machines more efficient. And you know what Chris Wright says? Impossible. Impossible. We can't figure out how to do that. So we're just going to stop all progress that we're making in ensuring that all these electricity-consuming appliances are more efficient. And the less efficient they are is the bigger the electricity bill for every single American. That's their goal. And what happens when you have to consume more electricity? You got to pay the natural gas industry for all the extra electricity, which is coming into your home. That's the plan. Oil industry wants automobiles, trucks to be less efficient. The natural gas industry wants all appliances, homes, everything less efficient, and not to use wind and solar and battery storage technology. Okay? They each have two simple business plans, which Chris Wright, who is one of the most radical people who has ever had a position in the American government, wants to put in place, the fracker in chief. I wrote the law. I'm the author of the law that the Department of Energy uses to set the standards for dishwashers, for refrigeration in our country. I put that law on the books in 1987. And so far, it has saved somewhere around the need for about 200 coal-burning plants to ever have been built in the first place, because those devices never needed the electricity that otherwise would have been needed if there was less efficiency. And the bill itself, according to experts, has now saved $2 trillion in energy bills since 1987. Can I say that again? I'm very proud of this. My bill has helped to save $2 trillion that consumers otherwise would have had to have paid in their electricity bills to have inefficient refrigeration, inefficient dishwashers in their house, inefficient air conditioning in their house. $2 trillion has been saved. And it has also prevented 3 billion metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions from going up. That's a lot of greenhouse gases that never went up because we made those appliances so much more energy efficient. And it then saved consumers $500 a year because they never had to pay those electricity bills. So you would think the Secretary of Energy would say, let's keep moving forward. Let's keep making all of these devices more and more efficient. But no, he works in natural gas. He works in oil, so his goal is to roll it all back because it harms the business model of the natural gas industry or the oil industry. So here's the thing. I personally believe in Darwinian paranoia-inducing competition. That's what I believe. I'm a capitalist. Let's just have everybody be able to do everything. That's not the socialistic attitude that Chris Wright has. He wants to use socialism to protect the oil and gas industry from real competition. Is he going to take the tax breaks for the oil and gas industry off the books? Oh, no, he's not taking those tax breaks off the books. Is he going to take off favorable regulatory protections for the oil and gas industry? He's not going to do that. No. This is all the old boys network, the billionaire boys club network in the energy industry to thwart the movement that young people want to a future of clean energy, of the solar and wind, all-electric vehicle future for our country. So Chris Wright and Trump want to throw everything out because nothing says freedom more than smog and higher utility bills. They want us to have the freedom to have more smog. They want us to have the freedom to have more asthmas. They want us as a nation to have the freedom to pay higher utility bills for natural gas, generated electricity. That's his idea of freedom, Chris Wright. And again, it just goes back to the bottom line of those companies that he used to run before he just became Secretary of Energy. Now, I don't mind him saying that he wants to have a new future for our country, but you can't say it simultaneously when you're killing the future. You're killing it, Chris Wright. You are the worst example of what the Trump administration is bringing to Washington. You are going to make us more dependent on fossil fuels. Consumers will have to pay higher prices. It's going to lead to higher levels of disease in our nation. And we're going to see more storms like Hurricane Milton and Helene last year that caused $300 billion worth of damage. We're going to see more fires like that which we saw in LA, which caused $140 billion worth of damage. Those are just 3 storms that caused $440 billion worth of damage, those 3 storms alone. So, you just say, hey, Chris, hey, Mr. Secretary, what's your answer to that? And you know what his answer is? More fossil fuels. Warm up the planet even more. Turn it up a few more degrees. The temperature's too low. Let's put the temperature up higher. And what are young people saying? They're saying, turn the thermostat down. This planet's getting too warm. Just turn it down. Okay? And that's renewables. That's the way in which you do it. So we've seen Chris Wright make outlandishly false claims before. Back in March, Chris Wright took the stage in front of oil and gas executives and delivered what might go down as the most egregious fossil-fueled fiction ever spoken at a podium. And that's saying a lot. It was part sermon, part stand-up, and part 100% spin. Chris Wright said, and I quote, "The previous administration's policy was focused myopically on climate change with people as simply collateral damage." That's his statement. The Inflation Reduction Act, on the other hand, did create 400,000 clean energy jobs. It unleashed $400 billion worth of investments. That's not collateral damage. That's a climate comeback. That's a middle-class revival in our country. That's 400,000 middle-class jobs in our nation that the Inflation Reduction Act, also known as the biggest climate bill in history, has produced. And they're committed to stopping it. And that's what Republicans are willing to tank with their latest proposal. So now I'm going to give you the killer stat. This is why they have to kill it. Last year in the United States, 94% of all new electrical generation capacity installed was wind and solar and batteries. So the natural gas industry is saying, that can't happen. You mean we were left with 6%? Yeah, that's right. This thing is moving. Wind, solar, and battery storage for electrical generation in our country. And if you do it every year for the next 10 years or the next 25 years, then the natural gas industry just won't be able to compete in the marketplace. So Adam Smith is spinning in his grave looking at what Chris Wright is doing today, tampering with the free market, tampering with incentives for the competition to oil and gas who have received tax breaks for 100 years. Adam Smith's spinning in his grave, thinking how capitalism is being completely distorted. Although he wrote a whole chapter in Wealth of Nations, and the chapter was just about how much he hated monopolies, how much he hated oligopolies, who are anathema when it comes to competition, when it comes to capitalism. He really wanted Darwinian paranoia-inducing competition, Adam Smith. That's not what Chris Wright wants. That's not what Donald Trump wants. Donald Trump wants to be able to put his thumb on the scale for the oil and gas industry, for the coal industry, just to destroy the future competition. And meanwhile, the Trump administration has already cost America more than 50,000 clean energy jobs and over $8 billion in private sector clean energy projects. If anything is collateral damage, it's our economy under Donald Trump and the Chris Wright chaos agenda in the marketplace for the clean energy industry. Here's what Chris Wright also said. He also said, quote, natural gas has been the fastest growing source of energy over the last 15 years. Wind and solar, he said, supply roughly 3% of global primary energy. Chris Wright must have brought a calculator from 2005 because those numbers are just completely wrong. In reality, wind and solar are the fastest growing electricity sources in history. In 2024, as I've already said, they made up over 90% of all new electrical generation in the United States. And listen to this. This is scary for the oil and gas industry. 96% of all new electrical generation installed worldwide last year was wind and solar and battery. 96% globally wind, solar. So he's saying, oh, it's just such a small part. No, it's not. And it's going to grow and grow and grow and grow. And that's what is putting the fear into the hearts of the oil and gas industry. They've got to stop it. And so they've ordered the House Republicans to kill it in the Ways and Means Committee, kill it in the Energy and Commerce Committee, and then they want to send it over here so that Republicans can rubber stamp this decision to kill the future. And I guess that's inaccurate. It's not the future. It's right now. It's over 90% of the United States and 96% globally last year, the installation of new electrical generation capacity. And so they're desperate, totally desperate. They wish they had killed the Affordable Care Act like 10 years ago because now they don't have the nerve to try to kill the Affordable Care Act because now people already are benefiting from those changes. So they're trying to kill this, kill it right now, kill it before it gets more momentum and destroys the business model of 100 years of the oil, gas, and coal industry. And by the way, in the United States alone, we added 50 new megawatts of new solar in 2024. Think of it like this. In 2009, we only had 2,000 megawatts of solar from the beginning of time until 2009. Last year, 50,000 new megawatts of solar was installed in our country. And if there was 50,000 next year, and the year after, and the year after, and when 10 years is done, you have 500,000 new megawatts of solar. So the oil and gas industry, listening to Donald Trump, who said, if you raise $1 billion for me, he said this last April in the middle of his campaign, I will kill the clean energy revolution. I will kill it. So this is just pay to play. Here's an industry that's growing, creating new jobs, hand over fist, just growing at a faster rate than the economy itself, growing way faster than the economy itself. And what we now see are the fossil fuel apologists saying that new solar just doesn't work, when in fact, new solar is now cheaper than simply operating an existing coal plant. Offshore wind, half the cost of building a new gas plant. That's what offshore wind amounts to. Half the price. They have to kill it. It's too efficient. It's too clean. It doesn't pollute. Doesn't cause asthmas. They've got to kill it now, says Chris Wright, says the oil and gas industry. Chris Wright also said, quote, wind has been singled out because it's had a singularly poor record of driving up prices and increasing citizen outrage. Well, that's just not true. In fact, the states with the most wind and solar, Iowa, South Dakota, Texas, they also have lower electricity rates than other parts of the country. Clean energy isn't just clean, it is cheap. If Republicans really cared about communities, they would stop exporting our liquefied natural gas, which drives up prices at home. So let's stop these fossil fuel companies from gouging families with price spikes and pretending that pollution is patriotism. The administration has made its trade-off clear: your future for their profit. That's Trump's art of the deal. They get to be rich, and young people don't have a future when it comes to clean energy or protecting against climate change. That's the art of the deal. It's an intergenerational deal. The older generation gets all the money, and the next generations all take all the risk. That's his deal. And he's expecting everyone to respond like a candidate on The Apprentice. Well, they're not going to. Young people are going to rise up. The word's going to get out. This is very dangerous, what he is doing. The Trump administration, said Chris Wright, will end the Biden administration's irrational, quasi-religious policies on climate change that imposed endless sacrifices on our citizens. That's Chris Wright. This is kind of radical, irrational, non-fact-based, but ultimately Trumpian at its soul policies that Chris Wright has to defend. Now, you would hope that he knows better, but I think it's different. I think that what Chris Wright has is a remarkable ability to harness voluminous amounts of information to defend a knowingly erroneous premise. And that erroneous premise is that wind and solar and batteries aren't working right now. So he has to just tell lies about it, plain and simple. Lie, lie, lie. And I get it. This is a religious war, pitting economic stimulus policies that drove investment in the free market against their religion of pure Trumpism, pitting corporate profits against breathable air, drinkable water, and a habitable planet. Do you place their aims at the foot of an effigy of Harold Hamm? Well, Republicans do. He's the biggest natural gas guy in the country, and he said he would raise the money for Donald Trump. Here's the real gospel. Clean energy is not polarizing, it's popular in the polls. Not only do people not like it, 70% of registered voters support the biggest climate bill in history, with over 70% of registered voters saying the U.S. needs to use more renewable energy than it does today. That's not religion, that is stimulus in solar panels. And again, it's the public saying, move to the future, move away from oil and gas. If we want to talk about sacrifice, it's our communities who are sacrificing their lungs to pollution, their homes to floods, their paychecks to fossil fuel price spikes, all for the religion of climate denialism. I think all these guys, they must have got their climate degree from Trump University. I think Chris Wright and all of them inside of his administration, because it's just the opposite of what is happening out there. The planet is dangerously warming. We've got a response that is massively capturing a private sector investment all across our country to deploy the renewable energy resources that reduces greenhouse gases. And yet, again, I'm going to come back to Chris Wright. He claims the previous administration's climate policies have been impoverishing to our citizens, economically destructive to our businesses, and politically polarizing. The cure, this is Chris Wright, was far more destructive than the disease. There are no winners in that world except for politicians in rapidly growing interest groups. Is he talking about the 450,000 asthma deaths every year worldwide? Let me say that again. Is he talking about the 450,000 people who die from asthma every year globally? Or the billions in extreme weather and climate change-related damage every year? That disease sounds pretty damaging. Isn't the cure? Well, regulations that this administration is going to try to roll back right now. They're going to try to roll back the protections that are now in place to reduce dramatically the number of people who die from asthmas. And the rest of the world, of course, is also deploying the cure, the renewable energy technologies. Is there too little mercury up in the air? Is there too few air toxics up in the air right now? That Chris Wright says we need more of them? We need more of them in the lungs of young people, that we need more of them in the lungs of young mothers, pregnant women across our country and across the planet? I don't hear anyone calling for more mercury, more toxics in the air. And if the regulations stayed in place, it would save 11,000 deaths every year. And speaking of interest groups, let us not pretend this administration is for the people. The only group Trump has ever prioritized is the fossil fuel elite. And so now we come back to Chris Wright again, who is bringing that same attitude towards governing. And he just doesn't get the attention he deserves for the malevolent way in which he is trying to destroy the clean energy future of our country. Today's energy regulatory rollback today is a kamikaze mission against clean energy, against efficiency, against accountability, and Republicans are more than happy to sign our planet's death sentence. That's what they're doing. That's what their plan is this year on the floor of the Senate. And in the rollback of all the regulations that have been promulgated over the years at the Department of Energy and the Environmental Protection Agency, a death sentence for the planet. We're talking about rescinding energy and water conservation standards for dozens of products that most Americans have in their homes. Microwaves, faucets that save billions of dollars and billions of gallons of water annually. And what are we going to get instead? What's Chris Wright promising? What's Donald Trump promising us? A rule book written by and for fossil fuel companies. That's what we're going to have. Fossil fuel profiteers. No science, no data, just the same old special interests pushing the same old lies. So when Chris Wright and Republicans say they want to cut red tape, what he really means is cut clean air, cut consumer savings, cut climate future, cut clean water, cut safe lands, cut. So let's call this what it is, the Trump deregulation doctrine. If it saves money, repeal it. If it protects public health, gut it. If it curbs emissions, cancel it. And if it benefits the American people, sabotage it. This isn't a regulatory review. It's a regulatory revenge tour. And it's not just about energy efficiency, it's about justice. Because it's frontline communities, the poorest communities, black and brown communities, poor communities, already overburdened by asthma, heat, energy insecurity, who are going to pay a disproportionate price because of what Trump is doing, because of what Chris Wright is doing. It's almost unconscionable what Chris Wright is attempting to perpetrate upon the poorest, the most vulnerable in our society, but he's doing it, all because they're not rich enough, the oil barons, the natural gas barons, the coal barons. They're not rich enough. We have to have more people die. We have to have more people get sick. Madam America, Mr. America, the American people deserve better than this. They deserve an energy secretary who believes in science, who tells the truth, who doesn't measure progress in barrels sold or rules repealed. We should be investing in the future, not dismantling the future. We should be building cleaner, safer, and more affordable systems, not resurrecting pollution in the name of profit. So to Chris Wright and Donald Trump, I say, we will fight you in the courts. We will fight you in the states. We will fight you on the floor of this chamber, because every rule you tear down, we are going to rebuild stronger. Every lie you tell, we are going to counter with the truth. And every time you try to sell out the American people to pad a corporate balance sheet so that the rich become even richer, we will be back there to push against you, to protect the American public, to attempt to protect those who are most vulnerable in our society. So you're not going to back down. We're not going to back down. This is a fight for the future. This is a fight for the planet. They're trying to write the death certificate of the planet right now. And we're not going to let them get away with it. They're in for an historic resistance coming up from the streets of our country, because this is too important just to be another source of revenue for the tax breaks for the already too rich in our society. And I'll just finish with this. The three richest guys in America who sat behind Donald Trump at the inauguration, they control more wealth than the bottom 50% of our population combined. Do they really need more? Do oil and gas barons really need more? Does it have to come at the expense of the future of all the young people in our country? Does it have to come at the expense of the health of everyone in our nation? Aren't we better than this? Aren't we really the innovation country? So that would be my message. You're in for a fight. It's a fight for the future against those who want to pull us back towards a past which ultimately has created the issues, the problems, the risks that we're confronted with today. So with that, Mr. President, I yield back, and I thank you for your courtesy.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Yes, I doubt the presence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
Because it's not a catch until you. Ohio.
I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call. I ask that we suspend the.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Rubenstein nomination be waived.
Without objection. Make the
Mr. President. Thank you,
Senator from
Mr. President. I
Wyoming.
ask unanimous consent that we proceed immediately to the vote.
Without objection. The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Cornyn, Kramer, Cruz, Fisher, Grassley, Kennedy, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Schmidt, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Hassan, Merkley, Reed, and Schumer. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye.
How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. So for this,
Yep. The ayes are 52, the nays are 45. The nomination is the nominee is confirmed.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action on the Crowley nomination.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session following the cloture vote on the Rubenstein nomination.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, May 13th. That following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired. The journal proceedings be approved today. At the time for the two leaders be reserved for the use later in the day. Morning business be closed. The Senate proceed to executive session and resume consideration of calendar number 69, Reed Rubenstein, post-cloture if cloture is invoked. Further, notwithstanding Rule 22, at 11:30 a.m., the Senate vote.
Senate will be in order.
Confirmation of the Rubenstein nomination, and if cloture is then invoked on calendar number 71, Troy Mink. The Senate recess until 2:15 p.m. to allow for the weekly conference meetings, and at 2:15 p.m. the Senate vote on confirmation of the Mink nomination, followed by the motion to invoke cloture on calendar number 83, James Danley. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during Tuesday's session, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the cloture vote on the Rubenstein nomination and the Senate resuming legislative session.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Reed Rubenstein of Maryland to be legal advisor of the Department of State, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Reed Rubenstein of Maryland to be legal advisor of the Department of State shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will now call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Okay. I do. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Okay. I got you. I do. Uh-huh. Thank you.
Then you get to go first. What happened?
You know. Okay, I'll get you. Duckworth, Durbin, Smith, Sanders. I got you. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. I got you. I got you. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
I should be celebrating, not whining.
Thank you. Mr. Bennett. I can't hear you. Thank you. Thank you.
When her family are farmers, she claims that to sell the farm.
Fisher, Hyde Smith. Hey.
Got Senator Scott?
I did get you.
Okay, thank you. He's also seeking, and for the Democrats. She's been doing tons of research on this one.
Thank you.
Marion, did you get me?
I did get you. Thank you. Moody, Ricks, Scott, Kramer. Thank you. Ms. Warren. Thank you. Kim. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Budd.
The best thing that ever happened to my grandma was when they put a mic in her face and said, "Are you going to debate her?" She said, "No way."
So we first got wind of this woman last week.
Thank you. Hi. Thank you.
She's very good at this. She's always been very good at turning stuff on the internet. She like finds out like the truth. So she gets out of Vanderbilt in 2009.
Thank you. Gallego. Gotcha.
Field research. So she goes to Peru. But apparently she's not teaching peasants how to farm. She's in Lima teaching left-wing activists how to get.
Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy.
She's had to look at me sometimes when she was in college. So she's
Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz.
This is my wife. Researching how would be a She claims to be a farmer.
Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. I did get you, thank you.
Did you have a good Mother's Day?
I did. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty.
Haggerty's aye. Yep. All right.
Thank you. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper. Did you say aye? Did you already say aye? Okay. I did, thank you. Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven. Thank you. Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick. Thank you. Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy. Thank you. Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Thune, aye.
Mr. King, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Just Cruz and Murkowski. Right? Okay. Hey, Tony, Murkowski just needs to give me a thumb. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 52 and the nays are 45. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Department of State, Reed Rubenstein of Maryland to be legal advisor.
Under the previous order, the Senate will resume legislative session. Under the previous order, the Senate shall stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.